Hello, everybody! Welcome to what is probably going to be the final episode of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy.
I'm ready to party, Siejax. Are you ready to party?
I'm ready to party, Zdude. Are you ready to party, chat? Damn it, chat! You ruined the vibe,
guys. I'm ready to party, guys. Are y'all ready to party?
All right, so let's do a quick recap. So last episode, we have confirmed that Godot hates Phoenix because he blames her for her death. Also, Iris has locked up Maya in that cave even tighter. And what? Anything else worth noting?
Earthquake. And just about every single one of our friends are all in one location.
Yeah, well, that changes now because now we're all going to the courtroom.
Yep, we have one more investigation left to do.
Wait, we do?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. I don't know if we're going to be able to do this in one stream then.
I think we can.
Well, we better get freaking started.
As quickly as possible.
All right, let's just jump right in. Oh, okay, so we're starting off right here. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall.
Right. Is this what Godot was talking about?
Yeah. The trick locks.
Now then, Iris, please remove these at once.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me.
Something else worth noting. Okay, I know who we're supposed to think this is, but I'm not entirely convinced at this point.
What? That's Edgeworth was talking straight to you.
During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here.
So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes.
If only I was stronger.
Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face.
Like you're one to talk with with your face all green.
Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go get a grip on yourself.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine!
That's the first time she's whipped him.
Mm-hmm.
There's no telling what sort of mistake you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That is your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth.
Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here.
Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner in the garden.
Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives.
Oh, like you're anyone to talk.
That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright.
Like she just basically answered your own question right there. She's like, yeah, of course I have pride.
I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles.
I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris?
No, not at all.
Okay, so now we get to finally talk to her. Escape. Why did you make a run for it, Iris?
I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right. But what? Then I saw those chains here.
So she's saying someone else did this.
I saw these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Karain tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why the only person who set the lock can open it.
And you aren't the one who set these locks.
I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. Hey, was it just me or did the original lock get moved?
Yeah, I think it's to better signify the position of the locks. Like this is the same. This is the same position they are when a person has a 5-lock secret.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it is possible someone took off one of the locks and redid it to make it even harder for them to get them off.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. That means that Iris can only open these this means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one.
Yes, that's correct.
What? Iris, try to think, please. Is there any way around this?
Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them.
You memorized all those?
That would suck. Can you imagine doing that?
Ooh. I think I'd die first.
But
It will take time, won't it?
yes, about a day, if I had to guess.
A whole day? She's supposed to be in court tomorrow. We can't do that.
Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us?
Sure, I'll do whatever I can.
We've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call in on your inner strength now. The night of the crime. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get.
And what might that be, Phoenix Light?
I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too.
Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were...
Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Blasted bloody highs. It's a 5.
No.
Oh no, it's only a 3. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. What were you saying?
No, just that.
Okay,
All right,
guess
let's move on.
we gotta
Heavily Hall.
Gotta go investigate now. Hey, where's Pearl? We haven't seen her in a while. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, and Gumshoe. Gumshoe and Pearls. Oh, LinkToon donated 3 ice creams. Thanks, dude.
And he's celebrating 7-month streak.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
Like I said, you need to go to Heavily Hall.
Right, that's, that way. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. God, that sounds lovely. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there, sulking again. Oh, do I have to talk to Larry more?
Yep, unfortunately.
Crap! Yo, I've had enough Larry for one lifetime, okay?
I think this is the last we have to deal with him.
Oh, thank God, Pearl.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Pearls! What are you doing here?
Nothing? What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick?
Larry.
This is the Loser Shack, where losers get together to lose themselves.
This is the what?
Hey, we find comfort in others' failures, okay? You got a problem with that?
Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls.
We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire.
You're not feeding that to a child. You will get her really sick.
So stay out of our way!
I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man?
No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down.
Oh, Mystic Maya.
Larice's sketch. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Right, the fact that somebody was friggin' flying over the bridge.
Still looks like an album cover. It looks like an album cover of
It
some kind of
totally could be. Larry, like,
It's
actually
awesome.
consider, like, hitting up a record company.
That would be awesome. I would so have that. I would so buy that album. It's got nothing to say to you, Nick. No, I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore.
What am I going to do with him? All right, then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls?
Goes all
I-
art major with it.
I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing.
See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flame to look like that, you know?
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy.
Oh, no, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night.
Huh? But Mr. Larice?
Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase. I beg of you.
I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw.
Okay, so I was half asleep when I was there that night.
You don't make it. You're not making your case any more believable.
But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture.
And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value.
Hey, what's with that look of down in your face?
The night of the crime. Pearls,
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you? And what exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick?
Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dunham's room, reading a book together. But Miss Dunham was murdered, and you, Pearls, you were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
Dang.
I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power,
Oh.
Oh no.
it has disappeared.
That's why she's at the loser shack.
What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls?
It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't.
He looks at Lori's. Hey, what are you looking at me for?
Oh, nothing. Pearls. Did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps?
Oh, Nick, you made her cry! That was really cruel of you!
Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her Cyclops to get the truth out of her.
She couldn't channel someone.
Well, that's really bad, because we're mega screwed.
All right,
we
let's move
can't
to the main
call in
hall.
Mia this time, lads. We're on our own.
That's no good.
All right, so I guess now we head to the temple.
The main hall. Yep.
Okay, so here's the main gate. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Nah, Phoenix.
No, they're more
Gumshoe
like
X
kind of like
Maggie all
they're
the
like
way.
tea buddies. They're tea buddies.
Tea
though.
buddies for sure.
That's the pairing. They're tea buddies.
I'm still going with my Gumshoe X Maggie.
Oh, that's so. That's like the cutest pairing in the entire game. Wow, what's the damage? How is the Sacred Caverns?
It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern.
But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Kurain tradition.
We have Iris at the sacred cavern, trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini.
Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we?
Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Kurain disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple.
It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... No, I mean Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman to prove she was the master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Kurain tradition main family line."
I could only think of, what was that mushroom head's name? Pearl's mother?
Oh, Pearl's mom. Crap,
Morgan.
I forgot her
Morgan
name.
Fay.
Morgan Fay.
That's the only person I can think of.
But she's in jail. I am here to put a stop to them. Mushroom-headed.
So, that's interesting. So that's why she was murdered. She tried to stop whatever was going on. The person trying to do the thing found out and then put an end to the person trying to stop them from doing the thing. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line.
There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child became the new Master Kurain, and her daughter, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line.
Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Seriously, it's like a small little mountain town. Calm the fuck down, people.
It's worth dying for, though. It is a picturesque mountain town. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real.
Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times.
I feel as if at this point, Phoenix has a little bit of psychic energy in him.
Wouldn't surprise me if some of it rubbed off during the Master Mass case and during Maggie Bird's trial too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most.
The Korean technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill?
I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now.
Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake.
You don't mean DL6, do you?
They mean the DL6!
Oh my, it all comes back around. A mistake? What mistake?
That wasn't Misty's fault, though. They were channeling the wrong person.
No, they were channeling the right person, but the person who died didn't know how he actually died. He died thinking the wrong person killed him.
Yes. It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident.
That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is?
I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file.
We fucking called it!
Mm-hmm.
The DL6 incident. I knew it.
It all comes back to the DL6. That's why it was so important.
The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Not a related case. You solved the case.
You solved the case. You're pretty much because you solved it, you're basically adopted to the Korean village. Even if you don't marry Maya, you're already in there. Yeah, come on in, Phoenix.
Honorary cousin.
Yes. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case.
A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Though Misty... Oh, whoop. Your line.
Oh, through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action.
But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he?
That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world has ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's power was a sham.
Damn, she got canceled.
Mm-hmm. And then she just disappeared. Vanished. While everyone still thought of her as a fraud.
But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all.
Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. With the thanks of Adrian Andrews, too.
Really? What'd she do?
Remember she created the exhibit with the treasures.
Oh, yeah.
But with a new master wielding the power of the clan.
Does she mean Maya? That's quite a burden.
Maya's sitting there on the throne with a crown.
Oh god, please, no. No, do not make that thing a queen. She will destroy everything.
I am a queen!
Kill all of your cows! All the burgers are mine!
Spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood.
Maya's told me that exact same thing before.
We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us.
According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power.
Main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master.
And the ones who don't become branch families, right?
That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy.
You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia.
Oh yes, I've heard of her.
What? You know about Mia?
Of course. She became a lawyer in hopes of discovering what happened to her mother.
And lost her life as a result.
Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition.
With Maya?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt.
That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her.
Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know.
We're aware. Morgan. There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Korean Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. She framed her niece for murder.
Mm-hmm. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris...
Iris is... Huh? Iris? No way. Are you telling me Iris is Pearl's older sister? That can't be. No way! What's Iris got to do with any of this?
Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter.
Whoa! Whoa! What the crap?
Bombshell!
Holy mother of macaroni!
So Iris can't be Dahlia Hawthorne. That confirms it. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter?
I thought you already knew. It sounds like you've met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already.
Ooh. I have. I know her very well.
Oh?
Yes, Pearls. Pearl Fay. I wonder if Iris does have some kind of grudge against Phoenix. Because
maybe.
I mean, he's responsible for putting her mother in jail. Well, then again, I'm sure Iris would understand that Morgan is no angel. Oh, I need answers from this. It's Sasha just donated 5 lemons. Thank you. But I always thought she was an only child.
You jest! That child, she's Mystic Morgan's. I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. A Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she?
Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. Oh, I just thought of something. I remember Morgan was constantly saying how Pearls was a prodigy.
Yeah.
You don't think she abandoned Iris because Pearl was stronger?
It could be.
Oh,
Iris did say that she had no power.
Iris?
Yeah, she did say she has no power.
Oh, Morgan just went a whole new level on the trash heap. Oh my god! As if she wasn't hateable enough.
The game's like, this character wasn't hateable. Like they were looking at like the second.
You know
game,
what?
like,
This character wasn't hated enough. Let's have her abandon her firstborn child. Oh!
So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3
What?
daughters, not 2.
What? Wait,
Another bombshell!
you have got to be kidding me! What are you doing, game? You can't. What? Wait, what? 3?
Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl.
Oh! My what?
Do you notice how Morgan is popping up and Eenie Meenie?
Yeah, no, I can't. Oh my god. Yo, I had a feeling that might have I was not prepared for it. I still had a feeling that maybe it's something along those lines. I wasn't ready to actually fucking hear it. What? Oh my
This
god.
case, man.
This is so wild. What? Twin sister?
Oh, didn't you know? It happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. But it wasn't many years later that Kurine's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife could never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him.
Wow. How awful. That whole family was just a bunch of scumbags.
Mm-hmm.
Except for these... Except save Iris and Pearl.
He was a juror, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. he decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple.
What the crap? Bastard better have a goddamn good reason for doing so. That's disgusting. Oh my God.
Also, the jeweler, remember jeweler?
Jeweler. Wait a minute. Jeweler. Yeah, there is something, but what is it? Wait a minute.
It'll pop up again.
Okay. All right. It'll pop up again. All right. Oh, I'm actually really. That makes me furious. This whole setup just makes me furious.
That was Iris, you see.
I'm glad she at least turned out all right. It's unbelievable. If Iris had a twin sister, could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister?
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler.
Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? And one of them's a murderer!
Yes, that's right.
Yo, how is this gonna affect Pearls growing up? One of her sisters is a murderer, her aunt is a conspirator, or a co-conspirator in murder.
Mm-hmm.
The poor child is gonna be mentally damaged.
No doubt it's all because of Mystic Morgan's anger toward the main family.
Anger? What do you mean?
Her twin daughters were taken from her from her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dreams that a child of hers would one day lead the clan.
That's why she had pearls?
It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free from the bars that confined her.
So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info.
All right, move to the courtyard.
Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Why is Victor Kudo's theme playing?
No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the challenge room in Karain.
This song sucks ass.
I love my job. Oh, whoop! I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good?
Oh, just your employer.
It's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Well, yeah, you don't get paid, so it is a passion project. It's like a hobby to you, man. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way.
I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae.
Every case is going to be airtight. Every case is going to be airtight. Hey, pal.
Huh? Who, me?
How long have you been there?
Long enough. I just got here.
Oh, okay.
So, what are you up to, detective?
I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promise I will find the real murder weapon.
The real murder weapon?
That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though.
A letter? So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe?
I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Gardens. They're taking that bloody writing on the lanterns pretty seriously back in HQ.
Please, not again. What? You mean? Do not tell me Maya's gonna be indicted for a third time.
I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in the sacred caverns, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation.
Oh no. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here?
You got me. I don't know. Yeah, if she's not in that cavern, like the fact that the cavern is locked up that's like her only alibi.
No, I get it. If she's not if she's not down there, she's gonna be charged with murder for a third time.
They're not my words, pal.
Then who said it?
Mr. Godot.
Oh, blast it all. Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found.
Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter.
Wait a minute. That's not a letter, that's novel pages. Burnt up old letter.
Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple.
The incinerator? I knew it! I knew I wasn't imagining it! There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it! But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder!
Up for you, pal. Yeah, I got it right here if you want to take a look.
Can I? Do you mind?
Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it got no relation to the case.
Spirit mediums?
They better check that.
Found by Gumshoe in the Inner Temple Incinerator. It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good look over, and some serious thought.
Sure, you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal.
Now I want to take a look at this thing. Be careful. Oh, it is a letter, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was some kind of, you know, book pages.
Be careful. Once night falls, should be there.
As soon as
you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her.
What?
I think there's more to it.
Whose spirit?
Her name is... She is the whole. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the. Also tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the masters in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition.
Gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition.
Damn.
What?
That's some messed up shit right there.
Jeez. Excuse me.
And Gumshoe seriously read that and thought, oh, that has nothing to do with the case.
Our big buffoon.
We love him.
So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far?
Well, it wasn't the Shiyashito that was found impaled the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today.
Yes, that's true.
In which case, it must have been another blade.
And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh?
Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feathers of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this.
Secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours?
You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay?
All right.
The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right?
That's one way to put it, yes.
Any questions so far?
No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart.
So, what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector!
Yay! This thing again.
Oh, Wolfo just donated 8 ice creams and 8 lemons.
Oh, thank you, dude. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away.
Well, you want to give a scientific investigation a go?
Oh, and a diamond. What's up? Not much. We're just here. Huh? Me?
Been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try?
I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Play forensics expert.
Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you.
All right, then. I guess I'll give it a go.
Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you can make it cry. It's so high-tech, you can skydive off it.
Oh, bother.
So, now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is somewhere around here, right?
Sure, that's what we're trying to find out.
Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know if it's hit something metallic. And then when that happens, press space to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight. So take a good look at anything and everything looks suspicious. Okay, pal?
Okay, everything that looks suspicious. I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, that is pretty suspicious.
Hey, wait a minute.
Whoa.
Okay,
Let's take a look.
this is Miss Dunham's staff, isn't it?
Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood.
So why is the metal detector going off? But the detector is reacting to it.
Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, right? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic.
Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it?
Weird that this thing is causing a racket.
Here, let me look at it.
Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the...
Huh?
Crack.
Ah! The top is coming off!
Look what you've done! You've damaged a really important piece of evidence!
Ah! What the crap?
That's a...
A sword!
Inside the staff!
Is this... Could it be?
The murder weapon!
I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff.
Oh, this kind of thing, a sword crane, pal.
Sword cane, you mean?
A sword cane, pal. Those things are so cool.
I've never seen a real one.
I think I've seen it in like a museum or something. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot.
I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the Inner Temple's garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword?
No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now.
Well, as I say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it.
I guess it isn't the murder weapon, huh?
No, no, no! I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder.
Of course! This thing's definitely the murder weapon! Great job, pal!
It's about the same length as the Shishishido, too. This must be the real murder weapon.
Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some trace of blood left, even if most of it been wiped off. I'll see you later, pal!
Every
case is good.
Oh,
all
my
right.
bad.
Every case is good on NBR tight.
Wait up, detective!
Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know?
You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off just for a while?
Huh? What are you talking about, pal?
Please! Just until we find Maya.
Maya? What's this got to do with her?
I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Oh, how so?
Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel.
You don't think...
Maya's the Please, detective! Let's just wait until we get inside the sacred cavern. Did he say Maya is or Maya has been?
No, he said Maya is the murderer. That's what he's saying. You're looking kind of ready in there. Okay. Just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished.
I understand.
This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it?
At least until we find Maya.
Okay. Now you take good care of it, pal.
Thank you, detective.
Don't worry. She'll be fine.
Gumshoe.
You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that's got some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal?
Sure. Thanks.
Aw. Gumshoe.
Has a sword inside. No one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Dunham doing with a staff like this in the first place?
Personal defense.
She must have known someone was out for her life.
Go to the garden.
Got it. Main gate. There we are.
She came to yeet someone.
What?
A gamer says she came to yeet someone. Have you seen that video of that guy's like, I'll drop my weapon. I drop my weapon. Ah! Another fucking sword!
No.
He pulls another sword out. It's the funniest crap ever. I had to show you, but that's just how I'm imagining Misty with her sword. Like, she has a sword, and she's like, I'll drop my weapon. And then she pulls out the cane sword.
Why is the talisman still in the snow? Shouldn't that be in our court record?
I don't know, actually.
Oh, it is in the court record.
Yeah, did we, like, take a picture of it, then show it?
Were they just too lazy to move it? Were they too lazy to cover that spot with white?
They forgot about it.
Oh, wow. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous, too. It's gotta be a tough job. Hello. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time.
How could I have done that?
Wow. I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Hey! Don't you dare run away!
I wasn't running away, right? I was looking at this side of the garden. What do you want, right?
What do I want?
You came here to laugh at me. Then get on with it. Go on, laugh away.
I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris?
Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible.
DL6. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh?
There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why.
You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow?
Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder.
But surely, you don't suspect Maya, do you?
We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya, as well as Iris. It's our job, right?
So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes?
No. Though thankfully, my nightmares have stopped.
Take what you can get, bro.
Mm-hmm. But still, the ground even gives the slightest tremor. I find myself short of breath.
17 years ago, when we were little kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse.
Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. Phew! That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself.
It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right?
You think I don't know that? I was there! But it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I could say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me.
Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think. So no more of the self-pity, okay? Maybe if you try saying that out loud, Phoenix?
It was something that bothered me, about her from the moment we met. I felt like I've seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I've seen her in court before.
So you went back to the criminal affairs department to look at her file?
Yes. I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago.
6 years ago.
It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare.
So? Who is she?
I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to the member of the general public.
What? Why not? It might be a crucial piece of the puzzle to solve this case.
The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and the Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder.
Unrelated?
Yes, I could say that with complete confidence.
You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knows. Okay, so...
Alright, present the file. It's in profiles.
I was gonna say, this one?
Yep.
Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister?
What? A twin? You can't be serious.
Sister Bikini told me. But... problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin.
There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked.
Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think.
Jeweler? Right. I just might know who this twin sister of hers is.
I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right?
We get this theme again. Yes, exactly.
Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please.
It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died.
You're talking about Terry Falls, right?
You know about that case?
You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago.
Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking.
Her sister.
Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife.
Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me.
Because you knew too much.
So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out?
Does it really matter?
Wait, does Phoenix not know that Dahlia's in jail?
No, he knows.
Oh, all right. Right, he was there at the trial.
Mhm.
The way he
Like
was
I
talking,
said.
I got confused for a second.
Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case.
Or is she? Why are you so sure about that?
It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead.
Oh,
Yeah, that kind of eliminates that.
what?
Well, her metabolic process are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak.
What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth?
Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I come to know the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. Thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Yikes. At the time, Dahlia. It's like she was possessed by a demon or something.
It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down. And her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month.
Jesus! Executed?
I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. If this was a normal case, a normal court game, yeah, sure. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them.
There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth.
And what is that?
It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother.
What's their mother got to do with any of this?
She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique.
Did you say Karain channeling technique?
Do you know something about it?
Oh, yes. I know it's connected to the fraudulent spirit medium.
Fraudulent?
I was involved with another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they're all fraudulent.
Edgeworth.
Go to the police record room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case files and you'll know.
Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then, you'll see the Karain channeling technique is real.
All right, move to the training hall. We got some locks to pick. Present the Magatama.
Don't we have to talk to her about this first?
Nope. Yeah,
What?
just present it.
I remember you telling me that... Whatever. On the night of the murder, you were spotted in 2 very different locations. In Hazakura Temple's courtyard, and in the training hall at the Inner Temple. And yet you claim you were in your room the entire time. I'm sorry, Iris, but I don't buy your story. It's time you told me the truth.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Only 3 locks, okay. Truthfully, there's one other thing that's been bothering me. If I can just break these psych locks, I might be able to answer that question as well. Alright.
Love how like Edgeworth saw the Cyclops and he still thinks all this is just hot, like just garbage.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, this is a cool little trick that Phoenix uses. Okay, that's cool. This is still garbage.
The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too. But I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on that night. That was,
Genie.
yeah, right. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course.
Sister Bikini?
Her testimony in court today was very clear.
That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple, but... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So, I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to the Hazakura Temple.
Sister Bikini didn't just see you. She spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris. You were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder.
That's very impressive, Mr. Wright.
All right, one down.
The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late.
What time was that?
Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So, I would have left about 9:40 p.m., I think.
I'm sorry, Iris, but lying doesn't suit you.
Huh?
Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Okay.
Need some help?
Yeah, I'm a little lost.
Remember, she was tasked with ringing the bell at 10 p.m.
Oh, right. So...
Right there.
oh, her own testimony.
Her own testimony will screw her.
You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang the bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have.
Who's that?
Me.
Mr. Wright?
We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten.
No, that's right. I remember.
That was the other object you can present as well.
What was?
The hood.
Oh, the hood. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove two things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were two of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in two different places at the same time. Which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris.
But that's crazy! How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible!
Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise.
Oh. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me.
I guess that would be the profile of... No, not Gumshoe Mouse. The profile of Dahlia Hawthorne. I have a firm grasp on the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only... a woman I know only too well.
I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer.
Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder. It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne.
But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that?
Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling Oh! No way!
Someone channeled Dahlia's spirit.
Oh! No way! No! This is not fucking happening right now! Holy Scheisenberg! This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Kurain channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you know about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. No! No! What if... Whoever...
It should be all coming together now.
No! Pearl was tricked into channeling a murderer! No! Oh, no! And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me.
The night of the crime.
I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month.
Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Because my sister always does the right thing.
Excuse me?
And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again.
You betrayed her? What do you mean?
That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way.
What is she talking about?
You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Mount Eagle 11 years ago. Oh, that was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her.
How did you betray her, Iris?
It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing.
Oh no. What?
But I got scared, so I ran away.
What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father! That's awful!
But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money.
Huh?
It was revenge on our father.
Revenge? What do you mean by revenge?
He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell.
Her mother. She must be talking about Morgan Fay.
Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all that next to the master, as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Kurain.
That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother.
But before long, the credibility of Kurain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there.
And that's when you came to Hazakura Temple?
Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see.
Oh.
And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally.
I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. Okay. So now I can see where the animosity towards Maya came from, to the degree where she wanted to frame her for murder. Nobody is a good person in this situation.
Nope.
You're still here. Right, you were breaking those locks.
I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fey clan.
That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me.
What is it?
During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student. Have you heard anything about him?
Well, I did hear one thing. She said he hated his guts.
Ow. I see. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
Hurry up, Phoenix Light! There is still much to investigate!
Leave the locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise.
Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psych Lock.
All right. Go to Heavenly Hall
Got it.
for the final Psych Lock breaking of the game.
Of the game.
Of the game. Of the entire series, actually, too. And they leave it with the final boss one, a fiver.
Look at that. They really did make a fire. Right in front of the shack.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
You're too late, Nick. If you came in here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off.
I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding.
Present it.
I'm not fucking ready for this. We're about to get proof that Pearls channeled a murderer. Oh Lord, help me with this one. The night.
Try
of the
not to
crime.
break her spirit.
After dinner, on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room, reading a book together, correct?
Yes! I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go.
No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearls never went to Miss Dunham's room. Because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? The inner temple, obviously. That's why she was on the other side of the bridge.
Yep, she was nervous about Maya.
You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? The next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess. You can tell me if I'm right or not, okay?
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Okay.
You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is... Okay, so we got a Maya.
Yep.
It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course.
I signed up for your special course.
Oh, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you can become one that, with those you channel. Wow!
Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go find out how she was doing at the inner temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock.
Until after 10. How did you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bells ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple's bells. Pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell. That's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible.
She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell?
Huh? Oh,
I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this.
You know what it is.
I have a feeling. Didn't this thing, as
Yeah,
soon as
about
you hear
the bell.
Oh, so it is this thing.
Yep.
Oh, shoot. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper?
where did you?
In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have tried to been channeling? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to be channeling. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? This was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Damn. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. Damn.
You put it that way.
Oh. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow?
Who wrote it?
Only one person it could have been. Misty Faye herself.
No, someone she trusted.
That was the... Well, Elise Dunham.
No, she did.
Someone she trusted.
She didn't know She didn't know that was Misty Faye.
Well, she still had respect for the author.
Who? Just think about it. Who else would she respect? They gave her the note to say, channel this person that you've never met before.
It couldn't be Maya. That's
no,
impossible.
think about it. Who? Why would they want Dahlia in the same place as Maya? Who has a motive to get Maya out of the picture?
What? Morgan?
Yes.
But that's impossible! She's in jail! What the... Oh... pearls. I have to wonder about something. That's right! It was Pearl who brought them to the temple!
Yes.
Oh no! You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you?
But
But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why.
how did you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. All right, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
don't underestimate me just because I'm a child.
Huh?
If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
Ugh. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to proceed with some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. All right, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
Just a heads up, this one is incredibly tricky.
Okay. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
A simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood one of the words. Some of the words, and this proves it. Okay, let me take a look
Let's
at what...
reread the...
Yeah. Okay, be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit, leaving everything up to her. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne. She is okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it too much. It's all
Okay.
about what it says here.
Sure. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the... Also make... Tell anyone about this letter. Okay, so don't tell anyone. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Okay, this is probably what she misunderstood. Gravely roasts the master in the... The master?
Master. Who is the master?
That's Misty Fey.
And was anything Misty Fey related on that side of the temple, in the inner temple?
Oh, the gravy.
He misunderstood gravely roast as gravy from the roast. So she's like, well, okay then. I'm gonna put gravy on the master.
It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why would I do something like that?
Do you remember what was written in the letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the word gravely and roast, among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder?
Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Elise? So, for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. She was showing her the notes.
Oh! Wait, why did Misty have the note?
No, she because Pearl had the note. She showed it to Misty, like, "Hey, can you read this? What does this mean?"
Oh! Oh my God!
It was written in a way that looked like it was a joke, but it's not.
What the crap? Sure, Miss Dunham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing. I couldn't even do it right.
Oh. The night of the crime.
After dinner that night, I didn't go to the inner temple, or I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Kurain, like it said in the letter.
I see. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yes. I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started, and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then,
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens.
Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple?
Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up leftover gravy and
let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried.
It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too.
Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. Lost powers.
it was written right here in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
Wait a minute.
Let that get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out.
But oh no. Okay, let me remind everybody everything. What was her name? Eenie Meenie had to stop the channeling in the second game because you can't channel someone who's still alive. Holy balls. Dahlia Hawthorne is alive.
It's like that meme. It's like, I lived, bitch!
What the hell?
If you want, I'll come flying over the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that.
So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual power is gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is anyway?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
That's another possibility.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, just a reminder, Dahlia was executed by the government. They run tests on that.
I figured maybe she had some way of clawing her way out of it, but
I still love the fact the meme is like, I lived, bitch. My this is a message that my ex-girlfriend gave me.
Bro, I can't even meme with you right now. I'm so stumped. I can't meme with you right now. I'm sorry, I can't.
I know what I'm going to be doing in Photoshop later tonight. Yeah, go on Twitter. I'm also going to be posting that on Reddit too.
Have fun. Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if you're already taken. Well, at least Larry has some sort of standards.
Thank God. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Okay, so Pearls is not directly involved in a murder. That's good. But there's only...
Morgan wanted her to.
Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
Morgan is such a terrible person. She set up her 9-year-old daughter to be a murderer.
It was all for her to be the master, though.
I don't care. She almost had her 9-year-old daughter involved in a murder.
It works for everyone. Dahlia hates Phoenix, so taking out Maya would get to him.
Oh.
Morgan hates Maya because it will make Pearl the new head. And then it will also get Iris out of the way because Iris was now accused of the crime because Iris looks like Dahlia. It takes out every single loose end. And it does maximum damage.
Then only one question remains. Why would Dahlia do this to her own sister?
Because she betrayed her.
Oh yeah, that's right. Jesus. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it.
My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls.
I visit her every month. And last month, she told me...
The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. She had this planned.
Oh.
Before they arrested her. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden.
You sleaze. You.
Like I said, this case reveals the true villain of the Ace Attorney series.
Oh, that whore.
My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much.
It's enough to bring a tear to a man's eye.
Oh, I'm not ready for this.
Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? Oh, Larry, you've never been more right. All this is for Pearl.
She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There was a picture with her letter, too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually, a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh?
Like Larry knows anything about this stuff.
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
That sure is pretty strange.
Someone had opened it already? Oh no. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right.
She still doesn't understand the fact that Morgan tried to get Maya.
She's 9. She does not know. She does not. She's innocent of the evils of this world.
Oh, that poor thing. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Godot.
Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is.
Godot.
The entrance of the sacred cavern looks like it's like a frickin' puzzle workshop.
I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort.
But it's all a waste of time.
Why do you say that?
Because Maya Fey isn't coming back.
What? You don't know what you're talking about! How can you say something like that?
It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. 2 sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances.
I realize that, but...
And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them.
But I didn't know anything about what was going on!
What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself.
Ugh.
Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all.
Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said true?
It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right! I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child. My Pearl.
You.
It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time.
You're gonna pay for this.
And with that, the final investigation of the series.
Investigation?
Yep, there's no more investigations.
Oh, I thought you said we had one more Okay, so this is the final trial, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna fill up my water before we start this.
All right, I'll be right back as well, actually.
All right, guys, if you need water, anything, food, anything, get it now, because we ain't stopping once we start. We'll be right back.
All right, I am back, chat. What is up? How y'all feeling? You know, if that plan actually worked and they caught Pearl technically doing the crime, what the heck would happen to her? I don't know. I mean, I think the plan was to keep... Like, you gotta think of it this way. Pearl would just stay as Dahlia at that point. But then, how would they get Iris to... That's a good point.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. Yeah, the plan is kind of flawed if you put it that way.
What are you talking about?
Well, Gamer brings up a good point. If that plan actually worked and they caught Pearl technically doing the crime, what the heck would happen to her? Because then they would just arrest Dahlia at that point, because it would look like Dahlia. The fact of the matter, the fact that a thunderstorm happened and struck the bridge kind of added little craziness to it.
You know, honestly, I would have guessed that the bridge lines would have been cut by Dahlia.
All right, you ready to continue?
I'm sure they had some kind of contingency for that, but the storm just worked out in their favor. All right, I'm ready. Let's do this. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1.
Good morning! Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange.
If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby.
Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there?
We're going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak.
Today's testimony?
You heard me. Iris is going to testify as a witness for the prosecution.
Excuse me? Wait, what?
The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard.
Franziska von Karma, what are you up to?
I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today.
What? Then who is?
Who else would it be but Godot?
Godot?
Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. She's whipping the locks. She's just Castlevania styling them.
Break, damn you! This worked in a video game, why is it not working here?
You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimated that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and receive some good news soon.
Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth.
Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow.
You don't have to tell me that.
Touché. I can always see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday.
It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger.
Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner.
Thanks. Here we go. Here we go! I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Elise Dunham. No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end.
February 10th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7.
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Your Honor, what are you...
Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever.
Honestly, I feel as if this might be like the phase doing.
They
know
know
how,
this. They
Phoenix-
know this man is always going to give the correct judgment. So fair enough.
They know like Phoenix is the only chance to save everything, so they took his fever and just gave it to Yellowbeard.
All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot.
My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention, sad that he couldn't be here.
Godot just doesn't care. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgments.
Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Oh my.
On meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's all right. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Miss Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
What? Order in the court! Order! Witness! Are you saying that you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What?
We're already start on a back foot.
We haven't even been here for 5 minutes and Godot has already won. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite?
That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Shoved into pocket. Okay.
Now then, little lady. If you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up for by your actions?
Iris was covering for someone. No, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket.
Been at Hazakura Temple ever since.
That is my line, good sir.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
There it is.
Huh?
Wake up and smell the coffee, trite.
She's naming Maya!
Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a...
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. But I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Oh, no. Literally the only way Maya could be innocent now is if...
Godot is just twisting the knife into Phoenix right now.
The only way Maya could be innocent is if Dahlia Hawthorne's alive. And that's not possible. Oh, fudge.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
What?
So it was in self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instinct of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Who could have possibly been channeling her, though? Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay, I don't think that's really worth pressing. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye.
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
While Mystic Maya was stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Let's see. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute.
Why would she do that?
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
That's a lie. A dagger, huh? And Elise Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
You look like I did after you look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire?
Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire.
It's kind of like for beef and steak and stuff like that.
I think I've heard. I'm familiar with the sauce, but I can't remember how to pronounce it. I would have actually really loved to see that. Actually, Godot accidentally drinking Worcester sauce.
He's like, my bitter coffee. What the fuck is this?
The sweet aroma. Luis, you're fired!
You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
As a matter of fact, I do. Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? There is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do. But this witness is your own client.
Yes! Well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgments will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue.
I wonder if I can... She threw her staff away.
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff.
Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff.
Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it's odd, all right.
Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of this.
You know what to do.
I know what to do. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Now, not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
It's an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? a long sword is unwieldy, thus quite ineffective in close quarter combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade.
Well...
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
There is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright!
I have here another piece of evidence that shows this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Really?
Yeah, it's in profiles.
You know, that's what I was thinking at first, but,
Now, why would she never...
she's the mother, yeah.
Exactly.
Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey.
Fey?
No! Not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Fey is the master of the Kurain channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Oh, are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her own daughter. One she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
He came out swinging, but we're coming out swinging right back.
Order! Order in the court! Upon further hearing the witness's testimony, it seems natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented. 1. That the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. And 2. That the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted? But you have no idea, Gramps.
Could you get to the point?
I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken my first sip of my 8th cup of the morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
You've got to be kidding me!
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But not, but do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you investigate the pine trees at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree?
dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning. Just as I'd taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee.
Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
Found behind a tree at the inner temple. The blood is being analyzed now.
Now then, the testimony we have just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Crap.
You girls never lie. Ever.
You're not smart.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern.
Ow.
I got stabbed.
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore?
That seems to be reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
See what we can find.
There was something right away. I'm gonna let you try to find it.
I didn't notice anything, so I'll just press for the time being. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden where the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do when she was struck?
She dodged Mystic Elise's neck and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense.
Wait, didn't we find that staff in the... We found that at the temple's courtyard.
Yeah, but that's not the... There's
But if she
nothing
didn't notice it, then why was it moved? That's confusing. I'll sit on that one, I guess.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell onto the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounded especially strange yet.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point. It's just silly.
As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
I believe the correct description of a concerned fox is scared and petrified. Or of a cornered fox.
Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
You were the one who started it!
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
That's when she stabbed her. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost.
The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who.
What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was in the inner temple that night. And that the woman that was killed was Elise Dunham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who?
Ugh. I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
There was something weird about the last statement.
Hold on, I think we're getting something new.
The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes,
What were you saying?
There was something weird about that last statement.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Take a look at the autopsy report.
Oh, we have an autopsy report? Where? There! Stab in the back.
Ding, ding, ding.
Shit, I totally didn't know we had an autopsy report.
It didn't really come up with the first part because you could kind of see the sword going through her back.
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple.
I don't think we picked up a single one of your ha's this entire series.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, Discord's just like, up, too loud, no.
Oh my gosh. People are like books. We all got a front and a back. You catch my drift?
No.
Is that all you had to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter. And now, she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
You ask me. You're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
Witness was quite ambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said,
Unambiguous about her own ambiguities. Okay, that's a way of putting it.
the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light.
By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when a acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible.
It had been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in that garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
More enlightening. Or most enlightening.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite?
No!
Order, order, order!
Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flames of truth in your mind.
A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot?
This lantern. There's something written on it.
Huh?
Why? It's written in blood!
Oh boy! So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood?
How did you not notice?
It says Maya upside down!
What the?
Oh, yes, that's right. after being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya. Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body.
How could she have written it upside down, though?
It certainly looks that way.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
He can't see red, can he?
Nope.
Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, it is obviously an important clue. Now we know the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further?
Error.
Error 404.
Godot.exe has stopped working.
Mr. Godot.
Okay then, let's move on.
Godot is literally shaking. Somehow, I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Mr. Num was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong!
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me, all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and...
Damn.
I used the Shishido to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body.
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
You saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyways, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself.
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh?
I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge.
It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy, despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cause much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge?
The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Let's see. About the snowmobile. Okay, well the tracks... What?
About the tracks.
Really?
Yes. Because
Very
remember, there was only one set of tracks.
If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes. Naturally, you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. And these are the tracks from that ride? Or are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
It is very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Might as well just press it just to be safe. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time.
See how you think. Snow, huh?
What's going on here?
If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, then there should be footprints of the murder. It means there'd be a bigger hole in the story. There'd be a bigger hole in the story that the movie, The Grid, then that movie, The Grid Revelations. Is that a real movie?
I think it's a reference to something. I'm just not too sure what.
It'd mean there's a bigger hole in the story than that movie, The Grid Revelations.
Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of.
So, I'm gonna let you figure this out. The only thing is they were talking about snow. So I'll leave you with that while I'm gone for a moment.
Right, okay. Let's see. A lot of things that could be. Let's see. Okay, so... this should theoretically be buried in the snow. That should be snowing there. Okay, crime photo. Oh, no, wait. No, that one's not useful. Victim staff. Weather data. Okay, wait, actually, let me double check the autopsy report. Okay. Time, 11 p.m., 10 to 11. 7 to approximately 10:50.
Right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Did you figure it out?
Yeah, I need to prove that it wasn't, or something. Or, like, this here. It says it was snowing up until the time of death.
Yes. Also, where did the murder take place?
In the garden.
Mm-hmm. Also, what did that weather report say?
That the bridge...
And also, what time did the murder take place?
The murder took place between 10 and 11.
Mm-hmm.
Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning at 10:45.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I had a feeling it was... So I present the weather data, right?
Not at this point.
Okay, so we're gonna wait on that.
It is, she said that she dragged the body across Dusky Bridge, but that is impossible. If the murder took place at 11, Dusky Bridge would have been burning by that point.
Well, I mean, the weather report says that the bridge was burning.
Yeah, lightning was struck the Dusty Bridge at 10:45 p.m. The murder took place at 11.
Yeah? So I present the weather data.
Weather data at the point where she was moving. She said she dragged the body across Dusky Bridge. How can she drag the body if the bridge was on fire?
There we are. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning, and it had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't! It can't be!
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you tried to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of the real defense attorney.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness! Even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat!
The important thing now is to find the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not. There are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Listanum was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witness Iris desecrating Listanum's body.
Ugh. He makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
what are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human to error. If you are so perfect, Trite, maybe you could explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge was already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick?
Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
Ah!
All right then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that in your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be your final testimony?
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding. I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Certainly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
This one is weird, but it's really funny.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
Right. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to error. And only humans can spot the error of our own ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Think about it. How can someone cross the bridge while the bridge is still on fire? And we have proof of it.
We have proof of it. Of how
Take a look at your court record.
how someone
I'll give you the hint. You can present this evidence in any one of these statements.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, we have a third section now? Or no, it's just two full sections. Okay. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Not a chance. No. No. Okay, the first page is useless. Let me take a look at what Larry saw. No.
Just think about it.
I'm trying.
You were so close to it. What if Larry wasn't a nut job? And he actually did see someone, quote unquote, fly.
You can't honestly be telling me it's this sketch that we need.
It's the sketch.
This game is doing it again. It's playing mind tricks with me. There's no way in hell it's something this stupid.
Because remember, she said, but what are you saying? There's another way to cross this burning bridge? Everyone's talking about how it's impossible to move past this bridge. Although Larry saw something fly, and he is 100% certain on it.
So I present Larry's sketch.
Yes, on any one of these statements.
This is ridiculous. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claims is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Preposterous!
Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep up the attack and go, go, go! Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Dunham.
Brilliant?
Highly gifted.
Apprentice?
Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Is the picture upside down? Is the picture upside down?
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it?
Hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me stand up and look at this upside down. What the crap? Oh, no way.
Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does the sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch?
Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Why is he helping Phoenix?
All right then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. All right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Larice is evidence of nothing, a complete contradiction, exactly what happened. Fuck it. Of course, the victim was flying through the air. Oh, whoops! I think I clicked the wrong one. I should have said contradiction.
Whoosh.
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear.
Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
Whoosh. Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet.
I wish they had.
Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened.
All right, then. The witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I need to go back and press that again. Or, no, I need to present it again.
Yep.
Okay, and this time we'll say it's contradictory.
Yep, it's a complete contradiction.
Oh, this is new dialogue.
I can't believe we're looking at this again.
I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth.
Very well. All right, then. Let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
Okay, so it's contradictory. A complete contradiction.
Yep.
Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Dunham stated that over and over that this sketch was exactly what he saw. However, if we are to believe his testimony, then this sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality.
This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
Well, the flying.
It's not the flying person. I'll just tell you that.
I'm guessing the bridge then?
No, it's the bridge supports.
Oh, okay.
It's not one of those bridges where the supports are up above. It's down below.
Yeah, I knew that. It's the wire connected to the bridge.
The wire?
I know. Probably just cook something. Okay, cool.
What's up?
Sorry, just my brother came in to talk.
Oh, okay.
Is that thing really is that the thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed.
Show us the reality it's supposed to conflict with.
Oh, the picture of the burning bridge.
Yep. That's it right there.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. In the sketch, oh no, I did read it right. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
the wires are below the guard wires.
What?
Order, order, order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong?
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is definitely possible. But that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, all right? Remember what Larius was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Ah!
No way.
Larice Dunham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
Can you imagine actually waking up and you're seeing this go down? You've just seen like some random person fly up in the air while the bridge is on fire.
Larry, time to draw!
So then, this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Dunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum.
Yes. We're pulling out all the bullshit right now.
Order, order!
Of all the things to say, a pendulum.
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection.
Think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think that the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Oh, I know this, because one of the wires on the bridge is already snapped.
Yep.
And the meaning of this is...
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge!
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunham's body.
Yeet!
What kind of fucking trick shot chances are that? That's the most unrealistic thing this game has presented yet. Because there was simply no other way to move the body.
Mr. Godot!
I'm drowning my sorrows, Your Honor.
It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection.
Possible and impossible. That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. I wonder if you could prove what happened to us. Do you have actual evidence that the body was swing over like a pendulum? We do?
We do?
Look at the autopsy report again. And take a look at what it says.
Body fell 10 feet after... Oh! Beautiful!
The thing about this case is misdirection.
No kidding! Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires was snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it's the one... It was the... We can see that it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop it on the opposite bank approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What? What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this. Autopsy reports. It says here that her that her body fell about 10 feet after death.
10 feet, huh?
That's the most likely height difference between the two sides. The body swung over due to the forward momentum, but came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's...
Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal is the one that came off Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map.
Yeah, right about there.
The crystal was found... Oh!
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would have arrived if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright!
I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Wright. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh? And what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh? He cleans up fast.
Yep. A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice laying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What you had to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Okay, this is where things get weird.
It couldn't be.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
There's only one person that makes sense.
Bikini.
No.
Larry?
No.
Iris?
Remember, Iris was on the Hazakiri side.
God damn, I
According
got
to
confused. I thought she was on the inner temple side, so Iris collected the body.
Yes.
Right, that makes sense now. It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But
I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on the cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnout bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No! I had no idea! I didn't know anything about a pendulum!
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? Excuse me, what? Oh! Go fuck yourself with this game! I'm sick of this crap!
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection.
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is...
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name. Profiles. Here we fucking go again. Her real name is... I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. How the hell is she alive? Unless she's being channeled. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relative data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
All mine.
No, the honor is all mine!
It's like I got caught in 4K.
Oh no, I've been caught in 4K! Mr. Wright, what is 4K?
We'll talk about it later, Your Honor.
We'll talk about it later, Your Honor.
But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What? Order!
Wait a moment! How can you... My sister! She's already dead! What kind of...
It's like, shut the fuck up, bitch.
You of all
This is what
people
they
should
say.
already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karain channeling technique flows within that body.
The Karain channeling technique? Where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
Ron's like, here we go again. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was?
Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
2 of them.
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights bell, or as soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me the hood in the hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection.
You even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talked about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. Your meaning Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Yeet! I love this animation.
Oh my god.
It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
You're being notified of what happened. The police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Whew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from last night.
I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places?
Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand. But I do know that unless we can confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
There is one.
There is one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh? Explain yourself.
Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murderer suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. I know it wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was... Sorry, Edgeworth.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Quake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might. How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet.
My God.
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
Oh! That voice!
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired.
Ah. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself.
Whoa.
Still holding up?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
One sec, I'm gonna just run to the bathroom real fast before we do this.
All right. All right. What is up? How's everyone holding up? What is your thoughts? We have Dahlia right here. Thoughts about the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? I don't know much about it. I haven't picked that up yet. I might be picking that up a little bit later down the line. Awesome. I really want to get this on my new Switch. Definitely. You should check this. You should definitely pick this game up. Highly recommend it.
All right, let's do this.
All right, let's do it.
February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court, number 7.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness.
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we are to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
Oh, hell.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
What?
So that means you really are...
Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes. You have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense!
Watch yourself, Trite. If you've gotten a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? Jesus.
Let's press it. Let's press her.
The whole plan began with my death. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row, and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
Jesus. Ultimate Pearl Fay, the master of Kurain?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
Morgan had planned to murder her daughter?
Yeah. Any person that could have challenged Pearl's reign.
That's disgusting. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
So did Morgan banish them?
I think it was almost like a mutual.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
Whoa.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die.
Maya would have to die. But why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that! She adores Maya!
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous!
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that? Jeez. You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in this letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
The plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of the Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead.
What?
Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd! She's just trapped! Trapped inside the sacred cavern!
Really? You are as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny?
Ugh.
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety, and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desire. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, But you may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
I think you can know what her reason is.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. Oh, she wanted revenge.
Now you can present.
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Present what?
You know what her goal is. I'll let you figure it out.
She wanted... Oh, I gotta present Phoenix's profile.
No, it's not Phoenix.
What?
What was her goal? Who has been the biggest thorn in her side this entire series?
Phoenix? What are you talking about?
Nope.
Iris?
No.
Bro, you're
Mia.
not making... Oh!
Think back. Think
I
back.
completely forgot about that.
Yep.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? I completely forgot the first trial of this game.
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew it was the... I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
The reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how did you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey!
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night. It was at about 9:30 p.m. I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon-warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was Elise Dunham who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and waddled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I hoped.
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
What? So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does this mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
Huh? You were stabbed?
At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. I know because I see her eat burgers all the goddamn time.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name onto the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined. You were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went in there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The files had already started to gather.
The flies?
The flies.
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge has been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse, as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck!
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
Her sister. The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
Wait, it couldn't be.
I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan has succeeded?
I misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I assumed it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong.
Maya channeled her?
The person that had actually called my spirit back was...
Oh.
Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is...
Matricide.
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way!
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What's this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of Eagle's River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
What? A phone? Did his phone seriously just go off? Oh,
Yep.
that's Godot's phone.
I love that he has his own theme song as his ringtone. Oops. Sorry. That's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that?
Go here. Okay. Thanks. If I had my own theme song, you're damn sure I'll have it as a ringtone.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern.
That's great! What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fay?
It was the accused. Sister Iris.
I had a feeling. I had a feeling Dahlia was actually being channeled by Maya this instant.
Huh? Don't look so surprised.
I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she? Right there.
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No! It can't be!
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
Then who the hell's channeling you? No. No! I'm so confused right now. If Maya's dead, who the hell's channeling Dahlia?
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Denum, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of Eagle River.
It can't be. Or Godot.
Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Yes, we do.
I can only think of
We
one.
discussed this in another case.
Because the rocks at
Yep.
the river.
Present this side of that picture.
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh! Oh! You're right!
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo.
So you finally figured it out.
You... No!
Order! Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems impossible, there's still one other place she could be. At the fucking witness stand!
What? Where? What is this one possibility you are talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? In this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here, in this very courtroom.
I brought her corpse in here. Maya Fey is here.
You say she's in my courtroom?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl tried, but she couldn't do it.
I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
There isn't any explanation for why... There isn't any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who?
Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could. Maya Fey.
The one person she wanted to kill channeled her instead, so she couldn't kill her.
This is
Maya with the Uno reverse of a lifetime right there.
I think that's the ultimate Uno reverse card I'm going to see in my entire life. My hat off to you, Maya Fey. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already! I can't stand the tension!
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey!
What?
But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal.
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Ah. Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. By God! That's why the freaking letter was open. Maya found it and found out about the plan! Damn! She saw all this coming!
To protect herself? From me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No! No! Don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp?
Yes.
Maya Fey killed herself! Isn't that obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The one way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl who's never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course.
Oh! Mia!
Just to rub salt in the wound, she comes in.
Whoa!
Mia Fey!
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Godot is like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, it's true. It was you. Yes. Ah. You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair. It's Pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moment of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey!
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did?
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
She did that? I can't believe it!
Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was...
I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Handle Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible. And lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrives.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do these 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearls didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things could have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was all in. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes. Another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you!
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime.
Failure.
You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but she lost it in the river, didn't she? After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face!
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right in front of you.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if only you hadn't gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict! I wouldn't have been hanged to death!
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you just say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said that there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
That's really true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything.
Damn.
And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp.
You.
Let's break down here.
You're wrong!
can't be! How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now! Whoa. I'm not ready! Not ready to go!
Nick? Sis?
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are, indeed, identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims in this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor.
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study on the Karain channeling technique.
Imagine it's the other judge. He's just like, I don't know how to feel about a exorcism happening in my court.
Hey! Isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
What? What do you want now?
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have any clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Oh no. We still don't know who stabbed the...
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Denon. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over? Oh no.
Unless someone else is found guilty, this accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
That's a totally backwards way of the court system. It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent.
This is based off of the Japanese court system in late 90s, early 2000s.
That sounds like a shit system.
99% of all cases were pretty much handled in plea deals because of the fact that the accused was almost always found guilty.
Yikes. No way.
But the court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
Prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place.
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You're kidding me. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Hey, we're being featured on the homepage. Nice.
There you go. We still got another hour to go, so let's give them something.
We have another hour?
I'd say so.
Holy mother of Jesus!
I didn't think this was going to go this long.
Very
I did
well.
warn you, though, that it has the possibility to be long.
But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Judge, choose your words more carefully next time with summon. Hey, Trite. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve!
But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Take it out on the dodgeball courts, Mr. Godot.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, They had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. So we need to find out if this one...
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. Something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Nope.
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me.
Why Bikini's the best character in this case.
Eh.
She treated Iris as a daughter. That's why Iris was never the same as Dahlia.
Fair enough.
Because Iris was actually raised by a mother figure.
If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple.
Bikini Mom. I'm not sure how I feel about that. A name change, and yeah, we're good to go.
I'll be right back.
You want me to continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up...
That was the case that wounded me so badly.
Alright, sorry, I'm back.
No worries.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth.
Oh!
After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her.
Dahlia poisoned Godot?
Yes.
Damn. Ultimate Ninja, thanks for the follow.
You.
That's right. Iris. There's one more thing I have to ask to you.
Yes. What is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunham, was it really you?
Yes. It was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
Or whose voice was that?
It's Dahlia.
Okay.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was cut off.
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it?
Oh.
Okay, one more time. Yeet! Oh, wait. Yeet!
It was me. I was the one that recovered her body. The murder weapon had been left behind, or had been left in her body, so she wouldn't bleed too much.
The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shishishido. I wiped the blood off the staff blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called you on your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see.
So it wasn't Dahlia that called her.
Who the hell...
It was the actual killer.
The actual murderer. Wait, I didn't even read that. What am I doing? Has a sword hidden inside the actual murder weapon. Okay.
Defendant!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the beginning.
Phoenix.
Mia. How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very bad by this case.
I see. Oh, you don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunham really was?
Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
All at once, though? What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means that they were stuck in the inner temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That is as much help as I could give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself.
He continued. Still feeling good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
The tests?
Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in a pine tree.
Oh, yeah, that! I totally forgot about it.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or...
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood on the dagger, or the blood that was on this dagger, was not the victim's blood.
All right.
Dane's work just followed. Thank you.
That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it?
Blood does not match the victim.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly.
Agreed.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Oh, my, Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium with the Karain channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Take your head up and speak clearly. There's always a time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you could do to change that fact.
Damn, he doesn't play around. He doesn't try to sugarcoat.
Nope. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
yes, Your Honor.
Oh, Dane worked just hosting the stream. Hey, thanks.
At the inner temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
I wonder if Misty thought the channeling had already... Nah, that couldn't be it. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was a especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Let's see. Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Maya, hang in there. Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, Oh, yeah, that's right! It was dark, that's it!
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was an earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
the spirit that was channeled by Elisa Nunn, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
Stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were these two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2.
What?
You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
I think I screamed, "Help me!"
You think you screamed, but you're not sure.
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I didn't need to see that, Judge, or hear about
Judge,
that.
we really didn't need that visual image.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow. Sounds like poor little Maya really was scared out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press her for more details? Why did she scream? What? That's stupid. My last hope.
What's her last hope?
Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me!"
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that but you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you do when... What do you call it when it happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right! I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
Oh,
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right! It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's the person who I was screaming for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed it up! I didn't mean to let it slip out!
What?
what?
Huh?
Witness! Are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret. Uh-oh. What have I done?
It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
What is she trying to hide?
I can see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
We got a contradiction right there. Was not lit at the time of the crime.
Present it.
So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in that garden that night.
No!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this!
the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait?
Oh, cafe au lait.
Is that even legal?
Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bod, I'll have you know!
I've noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you say?
If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick!
May I? Recall the witness's statements about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
What are you hiding, Maya?
Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection.
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There's no other light source at the scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. It can't be.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
You talk a good game, Trite. But let's see if you could walk the walk. It was pitch black. So what could this witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop!
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
All right, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who is the person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
A man. Someone she's dead set on protecting.
Mm-hmm. Just puzzle it out. What are you thinking right now?
Okay, okay, so it can't be Godot. Because Maya, there's no way Maya would have known. Wait a minute. The light from the mask.
Got it confused with the lantern.
No. Godot? It can't be. But then, there's no other.
There's no one else that makes sense.
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes.
What? But how do you propose us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the condition of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
What? This is... But it can't be!
Remember what he said. You gotta eliminate everything else. And then only the truth remains. That was a nice bit of deduction, Wright.
Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
I've got a question. Ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night. Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong! I never saw that!
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man! For a totally different reason!
What?
Witness! Mr. Wright, what the...
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
Okay, this one is a little weird. Do you want me to tell you the process?
You know what? Let me just try and figure this out. If I could figure out it was Godot from remembering the mask glows, I might be able to figure this out. Just give me a chance.
Okay. Okay.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training floor hall. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It is as Mr. Godot said. You are utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be just a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it does seem too much of a stretch to assume that the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
The killer.
Came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple.
It could only have been the killer.
That's what I think, too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with a crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. What did we say? I'm gonna look at the exact word. By the time I got back, the place had totally changed.
The place had totally changed.
The torches were lit and the body was gone. The torches were lit.
Yes! That's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was in the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
As an old fellow, indeed, this is killer. As an odd fellow,
Whoops.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However,
Optim's razor.
What?
Optim's razor. The simplest solution oftentimes is the solution.
However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
I just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes!
But earlier you very clearly stated that. You saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on.
Okay, maybe she is confident enough. Let's press this again. Remember, she wouldn't answer us?
Right. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden...
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did that for your sake.
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have been immediately the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Kurain, killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motive. What reason is there to go through so much trouble to protect you?
I think it's for my sake that the killer cleaned the evidence. There's something weird about this statement.
Of course! The stone lantern!
Yep.
Godot didn't see the name Maya!
Yes.
The body of Elise Dunham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspected was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh? And what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. The message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Oh! You're right! Order, order, order! But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
Because he didn't see it. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense! The torches were all lit and everything! There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that!
You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
Prosecutor Godot. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern? There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood!
Nonsense! This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle!
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. You went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Très Bien.
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. And somehow spilled coffee on it.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor! The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron!
That's ridiculous! No one told me anything about the bloodstain!
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot was the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Fey.
It is hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a
Disquieting.
Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Just making sure you don't fill out the
Indictment?
Oh, just make sure you don't fill the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer was able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, trite.
Or wasn't able, my bad. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area?
Yes. Why didn't he take out just that area? Oh! Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he had to remove the whole area.
Objection.
And more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Maya, no doubt.
Wait just a minute!
Maya!
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer! After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... Ah!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, the witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh! That's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add this to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Ah, nicely done, Trite.
Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling my spirit. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there, at the inner temple, too. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her up, right? And cheered her right up.
No, Pearl was miserable. Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as a testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie! She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be!
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath.
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started.
Mr. Godot is testing Phoenix. He's like, are you really a lawyer?
Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. So, where do you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the Intertemple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training was about to undergo, or that I was about to undergo, was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dunham. She looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end.
Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, a training hall and a spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There was a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she really have examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
The next day,
When the bridge was finally fixed, she went into the spare room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
what do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with a tricky lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot?
That's funny. Am I imagining things? Or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So we had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
You want to say something, Wright?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot.
Found Pearly and cheered her up. He cheered her up?
That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves. In more way than one.
The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy getting over the garden with a fine-tooth comb. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask him some questions, Phoenix style. Well, I guess the investigation would be...
Investigation. That's probably the best bet.
Alright. You say that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it. So speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty.
Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hues and aroma of Western tastes.
Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there, you headed for the prep room.
Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunham.
Did you catch what happened?
Okay, so... He was Did he just admit that he was there?
He admitted he was there, did his own investigation, and saw Misty Faye's scroll.
Oh.
However,
He couldn't have known!
at the time he was claiming, yeah, he would have never known.
Oh, whoops, Okay, so... Pearly was in the temple next morning, next day. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the temple. He found Pearly and cheered her...
It's that one one
Okay.
right there. First time.
The third one? So
This one right here.
Okay. That would have been my first guess. Take this! Mr. Godot. The first time you crossed Dusty Bridge and went to the inner temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll.
Mr. Godot is right! That scroll shows a picture of my mother!
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What is that wonderfully delicious smell?
The gravy still smell good after this much time?
There's no way in hell it does. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
It's a long story.
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have known, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick!
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll! Look, at the top! There's a crest there!
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly! So if you know the meaning of the mark,
Then you could guess that that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh,
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place.
Can I ask just one little thing, Trite?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
that's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak out onto the crime scene.
Of course, of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of this plan?
Oh, the burned notes.
Yep. It was opened once before.
The crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plans for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearl found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
Hell yeah. You bet I do.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right! Mr. Godot couldn't have known the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center!
Yes. It could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Order! 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 Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired the information before this murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did it all of that just to protect this witness.
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl's nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? For the same reason.
To protect him as he protected her. Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together, inextricably. The older sister, Mia Fey. There's a very good reason why Maya's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your Honor's, piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was the heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. Demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia. You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I can never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead after all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number to my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I even regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee.
Oh my god. They really need to slip in this last coffee joke at this serious moment.
Yes.
Oh, darn it all, game.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. Woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed has been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who slept away their best days, there was only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I dedicated to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Trite.
Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. Hey, you want to know a fun fact?
What?
Who killed Mia?
Mr. White.
What's his first name?
Red.
Red on white.
Oh.
Of course, Godot could not have seen the real killer.
Damn.
Now you know why I love this character.
That's all I have to say. It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I can make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Kurain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye.
You managed to track down Misty. That's impressive.
I especially needed help with. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She'd been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
Once you've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong tie between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Crane had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she is, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you wanted to know how strong her resolve to protect her was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time in Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearls, what are you gonna do tonight?
Well,
If you'd like, you could come to my room. Perhaps we could read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
she was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of the Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you need to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Godot.
Anyway. That's all I'm going to admit to, Trite.
Huh?
There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye. And I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't!
Maya.
I heard the whole thing. From my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya. I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then, I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area went dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
The red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me.
The last testimony.
Well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Let's see. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure, they were from, they were from Mr. Godot's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but press harder. But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking all the time. Or maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
All right then, let's get on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
Splattered with blood. That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at the moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
She was dead. She wasn't dead, though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing at the moment. Or by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But
The red lights went out. They went out.
yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off.
Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite?
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then? Horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then, that scream came from the killer!
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder.
There's a contradiction in there.
I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave, before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
You're so sure about that? Then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
I don't know, maybe the dagger that you presented to the court?
Yep.
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
The dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood of the dagger could have been from the victim. Nuh-uh.
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested?
Ugh.
Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you are saying that the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Trite.
Order! Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the result of a scientific test.
Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by the detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes. What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
It can't be!
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness, continue your test.
Wait a minute!
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya!
This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at
all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police helped for the headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Ah!
Order! Order in the court! What the witness said is true.
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge just take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection.
It's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night?
Eh,
After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
ah!
Ah. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
Oh,
Right now, if Mia Fey were here... If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
if Mia Fey were here.
So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
There is one thing. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer.
Yeah, I think outside the box with this one.
I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it.
That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your points,
Fuck!
why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence that I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach from a different angle.
All right then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing that I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided that it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothes.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
Where's
What did
the
you
one
say?
place Godot can hide his wound?
One sec.
What did you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got.
Oh,
Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound?
if I'm remembering Maya's testimony correctly, Godot, the lights went out and then she heard a man scream.
Yes.
It's very likely that he got stabbed in the eye.
That is true.
What
You know how you
piece
can
of-
prove it?
Uh,
Present his profile.
that was gonna be my first guess, actually. Hooray!
Oh, really?
Only at the very end do I finally start to understand this game.
I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite?
Oh.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right. Your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved.
Just now, I saw her spirit in you.
Hmm?
I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison.
That wasn't my fault.
And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die.
She never spoke about her condition with Mr. White.
But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerves to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I can never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You? Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya!
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
That sounds more like Godot.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando. I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Whoa.
Thanks.
Your wound. It's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears.
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
Remember what he always says.
What?
A lawyer can only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Right.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
Here's another bombshell incoming.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
That? Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
Ah, no fucking way!
Mm-hmm. Remember the 5 locks right at the beginning of this case?
Yeah?
That was the secret.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me? Or you mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it. She agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle. Or you came to get the bottle pendant back from me. In her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer.
And she tried to murder Phoenix.
She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime. She would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed
Noticed what?
my feelings for you.
Aww.
Mm-hmm.
If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
Wow.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
Nice. Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dunham. At some point, I expect you will be tired of your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Or you will be tried for it, my bad.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned.
Nice.
There we go.
She'll probably be getting a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? She's got the rest of her life ahead of her.
Yep.
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya being sent to prison by my own hands.
Of course justice was served.
Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean, with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to try to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia!
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia.
I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. Along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick,
Maya.
I guess it's just like my sister said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back.
in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But
Come on! Cut it with that gloomy face! Can't you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too! We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick!
Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You saw your own mother murdered. Youch! Francisca!
Still as softly as always, Phoenix Light.
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow! But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold and which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed, shivering from his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh! Ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca.
I don't suppose. Oh.
There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Who are you?
Oh, Larry.
What's with the, longer face than usual?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once.
Bro, are you kidding me? You saved Edgeworth's life.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was gone for good.
Well, there'd be a lot less headaches, but we would be sad to see you die. No! Oh, yeah! Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me? Why are you making that face? How edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Yeah!
My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mere crayon.
Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put in. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
Everyone's afraid of Maya. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna be a model for my next picture book!
Don't get carried away!
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of pearls was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh! I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly! Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean, now is the exact time?
Maya isn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it is for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry.
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand, too.
Ow! Tell me then, Phoenix Light. Who is Maya Fey being so strong for?
Godot.
I think you know.
Godot, obviously.
No. Someone that's been hurt even more than Godot. It's
Well.
Pearl.
Oh, that also makes sense. She was barely
was used
around,
as-
though.
She was used as a pawn.
But does she know that?
She's probably she'll probably figure it out.
Yeah, that's true. She's gonna... If she doesn't know the pain now, she's going to know it sooner or later.
Pearl Fey.
The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought that she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya.
It's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again.
Oh hey! So this is where you all were! Wow! Looks like we got quite a bunch here today! Ouch! What was that what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seemed to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win! Let's go out tonight, pal! Dare's on me!
Yeah, I don't need to pay my power bill.
My salary's just sorta kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit. It's alright. I made reservation at a first-class French restaurant tonight.
No!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant? You don't mean...
Right bien! Where else?
Ugh. I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby! You're invited too! Oh, that's why he's going to Trépien for Maggie.
Oh!
I think they're back together.
Oh, yay! Wait, they were together at one point?
Yeah,
They were never dating.
they were together. She said that she didn't want to see him ever again. Or maybe
And?
they're starting dating. I don't know.
No, they didn't start dating.
No,
They
I mean,
never said that.
maybe they're starting dating now.
Well, maybe they will at some point, but I doubt it's happening right now.
Pearl and I will be at the Loser Shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taken an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Mia was literally right here. Where the crap did she go? Huh?
bet she just went out back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she has gone. She had been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
What about you?
Maya and I will. We'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Light. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right?
We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of pearls might have gone to.
Ooh, I think I know.
Wright and Co. Law offices. Or, no.
February 10th, Hazakura Temple, main gate.
I'll be honest, this was not one that was even in my top 3 choices. For pearls, I bet this place is very important. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're back again so soon?
Sister Bikini.
I thought I'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearly is here?
She's in the training hall. Why did you hurry along to go see her?
Okay. Pearly's not here.
Ah! Maya! The hanging scroll!
Ah!
Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya!
Aww.
Poor little baby.
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault. Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better.
No, really.
No, really, it's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is to thanks. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who's there for me. Huh? My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me. until the day I die.
A little too close to home
On the
with that
nose?
one. Little did she know.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die. Huh. There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die?
That's the Master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
A photo?
Ooh.
Mother.
Oh, this has got to be baby Maya and baby Mia. It's only natural for a living creature to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is what we fight is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. No fucking way!
That face has been broken so many times.
Oh my god!
I love how Misty comes across this and the first instinct is, I better take a picture of this.
Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
Dane Network donated 11. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back.
All right, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is the battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but
What is it, Nick?
reservations for training and all is fine. But why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh?
He's part of the Karain. I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Well, thank the Lord that the men cannot inherit spirit powers. Huh? Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic
Maya, what did you?
Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time. Right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing. Objection!
There we go.
Damn, you weren't kidding. That they saved the best for last. Ooh, after seeing.
I'll really have to work extra hard this time. Master Crane and the officer manager of Wright & Co. I've got to be a good big sister to little Pearly. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
All right, lads, be
7
prepared.
hours.
Jesus Christ. Oh, God, we just passed 7 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So it's true Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here, too. I'm sure he'll be surprised by making a secret reservation.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, gracious little Pearl.
I love this series.
It's a great series. Ooh.
Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. I'm in the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
What? Okay, so I think they're a thing
in
now.
love. Yeah, they're a thing.
Yay, my ship! Ooh, Adrian.
Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debts. Thanks to you, the treasure of the Korean exhibit was a great success. I even went to see Miss Von Karma, who I haven't seen in almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said I must show you what I've learned.
No.
It's Discount Samus with a whip.
Oh, God. All right, who's next? Oh, him.
Disney and I started a company called Master Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping evil plans from all criminals in the city.
Our motto is cut to death, please!
Pretty cute, huh?
Well, we also plan to the criminals of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
Oh my gosh, they sell the intel to the criminals.
Wow! He's going back on trial sooner or later. Oh,
Yeah.
her.
I wanted to show you my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiegre. So I lent him $500,000 in a tea set. Special thick tea. When I mix with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise.
Oh, dear.
Don't drink that tea.
Nope.
I'm just an old man and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy clown nose weighs of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But then my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old. Nice. I cried like a baby in a dirty diaper.
God.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Egg. I do hope everything will be as his name is, Madam. As soon as I heard his name, I knew the brain circuit would align perfectly. That's another palindrome.
Oh, God. It is.
My. More reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. A magazine like us could provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back.
She's only got to serve, like, what, 2 years? A year?
Yeah. Probably good behavior. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
like
Adrian
Edgeworth
got
can pull
out in, like,
strings.
less than a year, so I'm sure Iris can do the same.
Yeah, Edgeworth has connections. He can pull strings.
Ah, ha, ha, there we go.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone to come visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Oof.
Oh, the voices.
Mm-hmm. Ben
Huh.
Judd. Objection!
Sean King. If that's how you
I've heard
say
that
it.
name before. I think it's Sean King.
Christina Catano.
Objection.
James C.
James
Wilson.
C. Wilson. He throws the cup.
Francisca.
Francisco
Janet
Boncamba.
Hisu.
Objection!
David Chrislip. The
I
name
love him.
fits. Larry. Old bag.
He's here?
Oh, it must be for the. What's this? I've been for so long and a tiring vacation. No one dared to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit on me. And now, what a kind of lonely security room is this supposed to be? What's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like I'm thrown to space an alien. And now, what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts? If I bring them over to poor Angie, I can't accept these, I'm afraid. Oh, God, I can't do it. I guess maybe they added this in because the PC version, has a lot more space.
PC and Switch is probably the HD. They added her in finally.
Mhm.
That's good. I finally found something I love to do. Frenzy's whippy tippy trip and turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it's self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all.
You keep telling yourself that.
He's on the straight and narrow.
Good for him.
Super narrow, but good for him.
Oh, wow.
Aw.
He actually drew that?
Yeah, good for him.
All right, you know what? Oh,
He also drew that too.
very nice. No, this was back up. Oh, so they added that in when they ported it to the DS? Yeah, that's fair. DS cartridges would also have more space than Game Boy cartridges.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay,
That's
achievement.
the
Bridge to the
game.
turnabout. Achievement. A lawyer can only cry once it's all over. Wow. Well, guys,
Oh, wow.
that was Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Man, I went into this thinking, it might be all right. Holy God, did I come out? That was better than I ever expected. This series was well worth it. 7 freaking hours. 7 freaking hours well spent. Whew. I love this series. It is now it is now forever a part of my soul.
They'll always be a part of you now.
Yes, indeed. Well, Zeke, any closing remarks?
We can now cry because you can only a streamer can only cry when it's all over.
Okay. It's all over! The series is over! How's that?
There you go. Now you can understand why some people are not the biggest fan of the DS trilogy. They don't really give it a fair shake.
You mean these 3 games?
No, the next 3.
Oh, you mean let's see, what was it?
Apollo.
Justice. Then yeah, you know what? I can see why they would probably feel, you know what? That was a good place to end the story.
Mm-hmm. I get it. Like, if you had to create another story, of course you're going to be making another character, because pretty much for the most part, Phoenix Wright's story arc is complete.
The only thing you could think to do after that is just a brand new story.
Mm-hmm.
But Phoenix Wright does return in the future games. We know that much. So
Yep.
I don't know. I guess it's just if the games are like the continuation of his life. I guess I don't know. I guess we'll leave that to what it is for now. But
All
anyway,
right.
guys, thank you all for joining us on this crazy 27-part series. Holy crap.
It took 7 months, 100+ hours.
Yikes. Holy moly. Well, guys, we will see you later.
Adios.